I now call this Bryan Independent School District meeting to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6:00 p.m. I wish to extend a warm welcome to our guests this evening. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I ask that you please turn off the sound on electronic devices. And to start our evening, we'll be having the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas. And the pledges this evening will be recited by students from Ross Elementary and Neal Elementary. So I ask that you all come to the front. And we'll start with some introductions, and then we'll all rise and begin with the United States Pledge of Allegiance.
And parents, get wherever you need to get to take pictures. Hi. Is it yet? This one?
Test.
First and last name. Okay.
I'm Dandelion Garcia, and I'm in first grade.
Very good.
My name is Matthias, and I'm in second grade. I'm Armando Santoy, and I am third grade. I'm Magnolia Garcia, I'm in second grade.
I am Franklin, and I'm at Franklin Toffel, and I'm in second grade.
My name is Landry Shepard, and I'm in fourth grade.
I'm Julia Collins, and I'm in fourth grade.
My name is Campbell Shepard, and I'm in second grade.
My name is Sadie Wakefield, and I'm in second grade.
We'll go ahead and start with the United States Pledge. Please rise.
Hello, my name is Mateo Ariola, and I'm a fourth grader from Neal Elementary.
Hello, my name is Alina Hernandez, and I'm in fourth grade from the elementary.
Hi, my name is Liliana Contreras, and I'm in fourth grade at Neal Elementary.
Hi, my name is Karen Salinas, and I'm a fourth grader from the elementary.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Bellamy. I'm in fourth grade. I'm at Neal Elementary.
I pledge allegiance to be Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Yay.
Thank you. We'll move into our spotlights this evening. We have Alonzo Robles from Tourist Bank will be presenting our gift cards this evening. And first up, we'll recognize our elementary teachers of the month. beginning with Elizabeth Wright from Ross Elementary. Presenting will be Amy Thoman, principal of Ross Elementary.
She has no idea. This is a complete surprise to her. Teacher of our Explore program. Quiet strength, two simple words, yet they so perfectly capture the heart of Ross's very own Mrs. Elizabeth Wright. Miss Wright teaches third grade Explore, and she showcases the strength that shows up every single day, not for recognition, not for praise, but because the work matters. She has the kind of patience that answers the 10th question with the same gentle kindness and grace as the first. She is steady and radiates a reassuring presence that guides a struggling student through a difficult concept, not by raising her voice, but by raising their confidence. Miss Wright doesn't push them from behind, she walks beside. Miss Wright never seeks an applause. She leads with humility, grace, and an unwavering belief in her students. And in that determination, there is a power that truly transforms lives, one child, one moment, one victory at a time. Miss Wright's quiet strength doesn't just inspire us, it lifts us, it reminds us why we do this work, and it reminds every student lucky enough to sit in her classroom that they are capable of more than they ever imagined. Sorry, Mr. Stasny, I have to. I know, we have to. All right, we have this thing. All right, on the count of 3, let's celebrate Miss Wright. 1, 2, 3. Yay! And I'll stay during closed session and vacuum.
Congratulations. Our next teacher, LaTanya Felder from Neal Elementary. Presented by Principal Juanita Ontiveros.
Yes, good evening. I'm Juanita Ontiveros, the proud principal of Neal Elementary, and today I have the honor of recognizing LaTanya Felder. She is our outstanding third grade English language arts teacher. I was told I had to keep this short, so really coming up with only 3 reasons for choosing Ms. Felder was difficult. But first, she pours into both her students and her team with a genuine smile, creating a warm, welcoming, and supportive environment. Students and teachers alike appreciate the way she teaches and how she makes everyone feel comfortable and valued in her classroom. She sets high expectations for her students, and they rise to them. Her patience, consistency, and commitment to excellence helps all learners grow, including those who need a little extra encouragement. And Ms. Felder goes above and beyond, supporting her colleagues and offering extracurricular opportunities, such as leading the baking club, which brings students joy while building community and confidence. For these and many, many more reasons, I am so proud that Ms. Felder is one of the Bryan ISD December Elementary Teachers of the Month. I'm gonna have her family come up here and take a picture.
This one. I go Education Foundation to which one, the first one? Elizabeth Wright. LaTanya Felder, the second one. Congratulations. Next, we'll have the recognition and appreciation of the Bryan ISD Education Foundation Pause Program, presented by our Director of Counseling Services, Donna Willett.
Good evening. I have the privilege to introduce Ms. Sarah Braden, the Executive Director of the Bryan ISD Education Foundation. Ms. Braden is here to introduce you to the two newest members of the Neil Regal Eagles and the Ross Raccoon families, Mochi and Reese. I was very sad I missed Mochi's introduction, but I did have the opportunity to attend the pep rally for Reese at Ross. I'm not going to lie, I might have teared up just a little bit. The excitement in that Ross cafeteria was amazing, and it really touched your heart. So, Ms. Braden, come on up and introduce our new friends.
I'll give a little disclaimer. Mochi and Reese grew up together over the last year and have been trained, and this is the first time they've seen each other since Mochi got placed, so we're kind of having a hard time keeping them apart. So they're best friends.
They're just like kids.
They are.
Back together.
Yes, they are. So I'm excited to introduce Mochi and Reese to you. I'm going to let both of the principals share kind of why they wanted a comfort dog on their campus and just a brief story of the impact that they're already making in really just a matter of days or a couple of weeks. So first we have Mochi over here. She's a 10-month-old yellow lab. She was trained by InterQuest, as was Reese. And Mochi is with Sarah D'Oliveira from the counseling department. So she's the counselor over at Neil and has already been bringing a lot of comfort and a lot of joy to those students. So we also have Reese over here, who is an 18-month-old poodle. This is the first poodle that InterQuest has ever worked with out of literally hundreds of dogs that they've placed around the country. And they said why they chose Reese to enter their program is he has a special skill. He can walk into a room of 10 adults or 10 students and find the person that is struggling the most and will literally approach them, put his head in their lap, and be like, I'm here for you. And it's a skill that they can't train for, so they were like, Reese has got to be our next comfort dog, and we're super blessed that he got to join Bryan ISD. So Aaron Knighting is the assistant principal over at Ross, and he is the handler for Reese. So I'll let Neil come up. Ms. Ontiveros can share a little bit more about Mochi.
All right. Well, about 10 years ago, I came across a group that was placing comfort dogs in schools, and at that time it wasn't a possibility. So when Sarah shared her vision with us, I could not get my application in soon enough. Mochi provides emotional support that helps our students feel safe, calm, and ready to learn. She is especially beneficial for our nonverbal and students who have experienced trauma because it gives them a way to connect without using words. And she's only been with us for 8 days, but in those 8 days, she has stolen our hearts and just had such a huge impact on staff and students. Her training day, so even before her official come home day, her training day, there was a student who was escalated. He was screaming, crying, and in less than 2 minutes, he was smiling and laughing. Something that would have probably taken us about an hour if we're lucky. And every morning, it really just makes my heart happy because she sits at the lobby and welcomes all the students and says, good morning. And you can see them coming in. They're not feeling it. Some are pouting. Some are unhappy for whatever reason. And immediately, that frown turns upside down, and Mochi has helped set the tone for their day. And just me personally, it was a trying week last week, and every day I had to go get my Mochi cuddles, and it really just turns your day around. So again, thank you. I've told you thank you a million times, but thank you again for giving us this opportunity, and we are just so grateful.
Okay, next Ms. Thoman's going to share a little bit about Reese.
Like Neil, and I'm sure Kemp, the last few days have just been remarkable. I mean, you just can't describe it. Last week, we took our benchmarks, and we had a 4th grader who was really anxious beforehand. And I went in his room and just said, hey, let's go take a walk. And not even knowing we would pass Reese, Reese went up to him and leaned in. It was the sweetest moment. And he, after that few minutes, he was ready to go conquer his benchmark, and he ended up meeting his goal. So we just love him, and we just can't thank you guys enough for supporting this, and thank you, Ms. Braden, and then InterQuest Cares. It's truly a blessing. Thank you.
So just the last thing I want to say is just to thank you to our community. So we already have funding for 3 more, and the community just keeps pouring out their resources, their excitement, and their time. So we are opening applications again in January for more schools to apply, and InterQuest will help us make those matches, and our hope is still to place a dog on every single campus over the next 5 or 6 years. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Foundation.
Thank you. Next, we'll be recognizing our secondary teacher of the month, Mr. Justin Barrett from Rudder High School, presented by Principal Rachel Layton.
Thank y'all very much. I picked Justin because he's taller than me, and I finally don't look taller than everybody else standing by me. No. But tonight, we're ready to recognize Rudder High School, Bryan ISD's Teacher of the Month, Justin Barrett. Justin serves on our Safe and Civil Schools Committee. He's our campus data lead. He helps us make all sorts of surveys that really get to the needs of the students and our staff so that we can make Rudder better and do things that the kids want and would like to see things, and he helps us with our school climate a lot with those surveys. And so he's also our AP Computer Science teacher, and he does our AP Capstone Research classes. And so he's deeply committed to supporting the students in these rigorous classes, and he helps prepare them for success on the AP exam, and then helps them to become, obviously, the AP Capstone graduates. And so we thank him for all the time he puts in helping those kids prepare. He's also known for his kindness and his servant leadership. He's always willing to lead a professional development, share his expertise, and support fellow teachers. He always puts the needs of students and staff first through all the trainings that he delivers. He is also takes students to Skills USA. Last year, a Rudder student won the state championship in computer science and was also a national qualifier, so we were proud of that. Most recently, Justin coordinated the Regional Career and Technical Education Competition that brought together students from Bryan, College Station, and Navasota ISD. This event was designed and led by Rudder High School CTE teachers, and it provided students with authentic, real-world experiences, and it was evaluated by local business leaders. And so that was a really cool competition that they put on, and we're hoping to grow it and get more local business leaders to come in and help us judge the categories. And his leadership and dedication exemplify the high expectations and innovative practices that we value at Rudder High School. And so we thank Justin. We can't thank him enough for his time and dedication to our students.
While you're taking the pictures, I want to give a shout out to Justin's parents who serve on our district and educational improvement committee, long-standing community members giving back and supporting Bryan ISD. So we appreciate you too. Thank you.
Next, we'll recognize our Auxiliary Employee of the Month. This will be Ma Lenore Tirado from Neal Elementary. Presented by Rick Scott, Assistant Director of Custodial Services.
Yes. Good afternoon. Custodial Services is proud to recognize Leonor Tirado as a December 2025 Auxiliary Employee of the Month. Leonor Tirado has been working in the district for 2 years. At the beginning of the school year in August, Leonor took the challenging responsibility as the head custodian at Neo Elementary. Leonor consistently exceeds expectations by keeping the Neo Elementary campus clean and healthy. Although she is primarily responsible for the cleaning and disinfecting of Neo Elementary, she often helps with providing custodial support at other campuses throughout the district when needed. She has a strong work ethic and keen attention to detail when it comes to ensure her job is done correctly. Leonor's outstanding work ethic and attention to detail has demonstrated that she maintains the Neo Elementary campus in an exemplary manner. Leonor, thank you for everything you do to keep Bryan ISD clean and healthy. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next, we will recognize our Essential 8 Community Partnership Award for the Give Joy Foundation. Donna Willett will be presenting.
Good evening again. I have the pleasure tonight of recognizing the Give Joy Foundation. The relationship between Give Joy and Bryan ISD has been going on for several years, but I feel like at this point we've hit our stride and developed a solid team and have plans for the various activities we have throughout the year. The Give Joy focus is at the intermediate level. By 5th and 6th grade, students have an understanding about being healthy and making good choices. So that is where the focus is and the push with Give Joy Foundation is. Activities that we do throughout the year is we start the year, they donated over 100 pair of tennis shoes to our intermediate students with the goal of let's get active, right? In the spring, we do healthy snack boxes. We work with our PE teachers at intermediate, and they pair that with a healthy choices, making good choices activity. But what we're really here to talk about today is the amazing event that we had on December the 6th. With the huge monetary support from the Give Joy Foundation, 300 plus volunteers, including many of our Bryan ISD staff members and their families and our own ambassadors, we shopped, wrapped, and delivered gifts to 101 Bryan ISD families. We delivered gifts to Everyday Life, and that included a total of 325 kids in Bryan, Texas. Additionally, each family received a meal courtesy of Give Joy. Participating in that day was so rewarding, and there was so much excitement. But as you hear some of the stories of the families in our district, it really hits home and it makes it all worthwhile. I was honored to be a part of the activity and participate in the event. It's truly kindness, philanthropy, and gratitude in action. There was a core team that worked several months preparing for December 6th. From the Bryan ISD side, Dr. Barbara Ybarra, Linda Montoya, Patricia Ortega, Tiffany Giffen, who totally took charge and all in stride when I had to be out when kind of life happened during that week. And then there's the person standing right here, Ms. Stephanie Kurz, our Give Joy partner from the foundation. She gave us direction, she kept us on task, and that was difficult sometimes, and ran circles around us like the Energizer Bunny. Her heart is truly the foundation of the activity. Thank you. Thank you for the Give Joy Foundation, and we're totally looking forward to our ongoing partnership with Give Joy. Stephanie?
Thank you, Donna.
And on behalf of the entire Give Joy Foundation, I just want to thank Bryan ISD. This partnership has been absolutely incredible. We began about 15 years ago and grew from about 10 families with Grow and Give Back, and like Donna said, to over 101 today. So we're looking forward to growing this partnership. We have lots of ideas for the spring and for the fall, and look forward to working with you guys in the future. So thank you for this recognition.
Stephanie, we want to give to you and the Give Joy Foundation our Essential Aid Award. The things you do and what this foundation does truly exemplifies everything that we want to do with Give Joy, with the Essential Aid. Thank you, friends.
My granddaughter she's an ambassador at Houston, and afterwards I saw her on Monday and she goes, Mimi, does this mean I had so much fun since I got picked this year? Does this mean I get to do it every single year? She was, oh, it was just amazing. She had such a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will celebrate Stephen F. Austin Middle School's Esports Rocket League team's national rank, presented by Director of Career and Technical Education, Laura King.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here tonight to celebrate a fun and unique and amazing group of middle school students. Actually, I'm going to bring up Mr. Parker Knutson to the podium. He has been the #1 supporter of this group since the very beginning, and I want him to have the honor of introducing them to you guys.
Thank you all for having us this evening. Excited to honor this team and the coach here, Mr. Mancha. There are 2 other coaches that help as well. There's various teams that they have for their esports kind of league that they create. And in particular, though, we have the Esports Rocket League team. That is their 3rd year competing. And of course, these are 2 7th graders, or no, 2 8th graders, 1 7th grader here tonight? 2 8th grade, 2 7th grade. 1 student wasn't able to make it. So we'll have 2 go up to the high school, which thanks to Coach Mancha's help here, the Bryan High School team is now competing as well. Mr. Barrett, who won a secondary teacher, has a esports team as well that they compete. And so we're seeing it kind of all across the district, Bryan Collegiate, MC Harris. And so, and Mr. Mancha has been instrumental in kind of carrying out the message and kind of the how-to on setting up the leagues. So very appreciative of him. And I will let him talk a little bit more about the team and their national ranking.
Good evening. So with our esports program, we participate in a game called Rocket League. Rocket League is basically soccer, but instead of actual players kicking the ball, we actually are using cards for this. And so Rocket League is very popular throughout the esports as far as like professional competition goes. And so for our SFA Middle School Rocket League team, the players that are here with us today is David Kirioga, Gustavo Reyes, and Roberto Ledesma. Unfortunately, our other one couldn't show up today. His name was Andrew Doucet, and so he's going to be here with us in spirit. So just to kind of explain, we participate in an esports platform known as Vanta. Vanta recently changed their format this year. So we normally have participated in a Texas division, but this year we are now participating in a varsity circuit. So that means our SFA Rocket League team, they compete against schools all throughout Texas, but also throughout the U.S. For example, we play teams from Kansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and they even had the opportunity to play a school from Hawaii, which was very interesting. And so with this new format, there are 4 mini tournaments. And so we just concluded our 2nd mini tournament. And so our SFA Rocket League team is undefeated. They are 14-0, and they are the Split 1 champions as well as the Split 2 champions. And so we are incredibly proud of their hard work. And so based on their hard work, we're #1 in the state, we're #1 in the conference, and we are #1 in the nation. And so, so we are incredibly thankful for the community as well as Bryan ISD for continuing to support us. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Great job.
So this means that this will go on their resumes, their bios when they apply for college. And by the time you guys are ready for college, there's all kinds of scholarships that will be given in esports. And so I'm sure the grown-ups will, well, not that you're kids, but the adults will keep like a bio for you all the way through toward your senior year. And when you start thinking what you want to do in college, this will just send you over the top as if you had straight A's since you were in kindergarten. So this is really a neat deal.
And I'm so happy that you brought that up because we have a close relationship with Blinn College Esports. And so one of the things that I've been talking with their coaches about is that they really want to start focusing within the Brazos County area. So they want to recruit here. They made it their initiative that they want to help and support us. And so with Blinn helping us out, we're going to continue to gain this momentum with esports, and we're going to carry it over to the high school. So
Yay.
thank you. I really appreciate y'all for honoring us.
Thank you.
That's so
I've played that before. It's not an easy game. Congratulations. Thanks for being here this evening. We'll move to public comment. As a regular meeting, public comment can be on agenda items or non-agenda items. Citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business. Topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning specific student or personnel will be heard in closed session. I don't believe we have any public comment this evening. So we'll move into our superintendent's report celebrating students and staff. Superintendent Ginger Carabine.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. I appreciate it. As Clay pulls up the slide deck, I just want to say thank you to the board for your support for this first semester, and we appreciate all of our family and community engagement. It has been a terrific first semester. We blinked and it's December, and we've got 1 week remaining, so we're excited for our kids and our staff and our families to have a much-needed break. We are ending this semester on a strong note celebrating Essential 8. The theme for the month is philanthropy, and that's been happening on steroids. We started a new tradition, and we talked to our students about what does this mean to you? So you can see in the sign, the one little student says philanthropy means helping my grandma out. So that's super sweet. And our high school student, she went into the definition, and this is exactly what our students, as they live out the mission, giving back through our community by volunteering, raising money, and collecting canned food items. You can tell she was talking about the KBTX food drive. So we're very proud to live out our Essential 8 vision. We have had philanthropy and lots of other things happening with the Give Joy Foundation. We are so appreciative of that support. Again, supporting over 350 children in our district is just incredible. I think the people purchasing the gifts, wrapping the gifts, and delivering the gifts get just as much out of it as the receiving end. We're also very proud of our participation in the KBTX Food for Families food drive. Our district collected 2 truckloads, which is about 7,000 pounds, which included 22 pallets, around 900 boxes of food. KBTX is proud to tell us each year that we are the largest contributor. In fact, I feel like it's turned into the Bryan ISD Parade. We're very proud. And most recently, the Downtown Lighted Christmas Parade was a fantastic outcome. Bryan ISD had 16 different student groups representing our school district, which is the largest number of students ever included. I think we actually had to be turned away because we had more floats than we've ever had before, which is a good problem to have, that so many people want to be involved. We're very proud, and it was a wonderful night, again, with community engagement. Speaking of community engagement, it is the most wonderful time of the year with the Christmas season and all the holidays. Just a few spotlights include the Bryan High School Electric Light Orchestra performance. If you have not attended, it is a showstopper and a must-see for next year. Also, the Roeder High School Rangerette Extravaganza and Christmas Market has turned into the biggest event of the town. It's a one-stop shop, and you're supporting the Rangerettes and all of our young students who are dancing and participating. And then finally, we had elementary school family engagement, Meet the Santa Night, all throughout the district. It couldn't get any more magical for our students and staff. And just most recently on Saturday, thanks to our partnership with our Read by Third partners, including Daniel Hernandez, we had the epitome of family engagement. This boardroom was packed, standing room only, and these are just a few of the photos showing that our family showed up in full force. We had moms, dads, grandparents, siblings, you name it, and they had a family activity that included making a gingerbread house. So we had resources from Texas A&M, from our city, from our county, staff members, student volunteers showing up to celebrate the importance of family engagement and connectivity. And then finally, this is a sneak peek with an academic spotlight in mind. We are proud to say that one of our students at Bryan Collegiate High School, her name is Aaliyah Jackson, was just notified that she is the recipient of the Quest Bridge Scholarship, which includes a full 4-year scholarship to Brown University. She has an incredible story. Again, this is a sneak peek tonight because it's about to unfold via social media. But one thing that she had to say about this opportunity, and when you hear her story as we tell it on social media, you will really appreciate this. But when she was asked, how did you get to Brown University? Because she has a few obstacles. Again, the story will unfold soon. She said, education has always been my pathway to break the cycle. So we are proud of Aaliyah and her students, her staff members at Bryan Collegiate for helping to make this a possibility. And it's just a huge, huge celebration and a testament of anything is possible. So stay tuned for more to come from Aaliyah's story. Thank you, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you. Board member reports. We'll start with Mr. David Stasny, City School Joint Committee meeting update.
Thank you. City School Joint Committee met on December 1st here in this room. We had all 3 of the committee members present from the school district, as that was Mr. Bryan and I believe it was Ruthie, right? Ruthie and me. So those are the 3 that attended, and we had Ray Arrington and Jared Salvato from the city, as well as multiple staff from both the district and the city. Our staff included Ms. Carabine and Dr. Merrill and Norma Friddle and Bobby Griffin. Ms. Carabine presented on the bond passage and our marketing programs, a few highlights on advanced academics. We also talked about the bond and what's next, including getting some information from Mr. Griffin on that about where we're going and what the steps are. Apparently a lot of people think that, why aren't they seeing any construction yet? So we had to make sure everybody understands that we have a lot to do before we can actually start breaking ground on things. We also talked a little bit, Ms. Friddle, about the possible sale of property on 21st Street, Highway 21, excuse me. And of course that has moved forward. And we also were introduced to a new Parks, Recreation, and Facilities Director for the city of Bryan. And we got some updates from the city also with regard to some park issues, things that they're improving at parks, including one that was particularly intriguing called Signature Playground at Travis Bryan Midtown Park. that's going to be pretty lights out. It's going to be impressive, and I think it's going to be also lean heavily towards being very accessible for all children, regardless of perhaps some disabilities. So lots going on with the city. The thing that I'm most excited about these meetings is that we are building and we've always had a good relationship, a few bumps in the road, but we're building a really strong relationship with the city, and that is so very important for us to have that, because when we work together, we can do a lot more than each entity by itself. So that's my report.
Thank you. We have Bryan ISD Education Foundation update. I think we're going to postpone this report until January.
Yes, they're so busy with the dogs, the comfort dogs like you saw, and with teacher grants. So we're going to compile everything from October through the first part of January, and we'll give a report on it.
Great. Thank you. Moving to our information items. The first is a campus improvement plan updates for Neal Elementary, Ross Elementary, Crockett Elementary, and Davila Middle School. Executive Director of School Leadership, Linda Montoya, will be presenting.
All right, good evening. So this evening, we're going to continue on with our campus improvement plan updates. So this evening, you will hear from 4 of our wonderful principals. They will be presenting their priority focus areas. So you'll hear from Principal Mrs. Juanita Ontiveros. You'll hear from Principal Mrs. Amy Thoman from Ross Elementary, Mrs. Debbie Earhart from Crockett Elementary, and Ms. Sarah Rueda from Davila Middle School. But just a reminder before they come up, our campus improvement planning process always starts with our board goals, and then our campus goals are aligned to those goals. And as part of the campus improvement plan process, there are requirements. So every campus improvement plan must have a campus needs assessment. So sorry.
You want? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to guess where you're at.
So every campus improvement plan, there are requirements. They must have a campus needs assessment, so they look at a lot of data before they start planning. They must have measurable objectives for student performance. They must include the strategies, and they must also include the budget and timelines. And then they also have to, so every campus has what they call a CPIC committee, which is their Campus Performance Improvement Committee, and they must approve their campus improvement plan. Just a few of the things we do as a district as shared ownership and support for our campuses. So we have a fabulous CNI support team who, these include our campus coordinators or our curriculum coordinators who walk classrooms monthly to look at instruction, provide feedback to the principals at the campuses. We also have our Safe and Civil Schools Foundation Trend data walks. So we're constantly collecting data to look at how the implementation effectiveness of the Safe and Civil Schools is going, and we provide principals with that data. We also have our campus support team, so we meet every Monday at a campus, both at an elementary and a secondary campus. This is a dedicated staff from the district who meets with staff from the campus. We do classroom walks, we provide feedback, we look at data, just as an extra support for the campus. And then this year we've had our Texas Instructional Leadership Initiative. This was working with grades 5 through 8 with the principals, and this is providing training and coaching support to our campus principals. So at this time, we will go ahead and begin to hear from our principals. So I will ask Mrs. Juanita Ontiveros to start us off.
No, it's all good.
Okay. All right. So with our commitment to maintaining a B rating, we feel that these 3 areas will keep us on that path and maybe, hopefully, an A. So the first thing that we're focusing on is increasing the percentage of students who attain meets and masters. That will guarantee our growth for our for our 4th graders. And the way that we're doing this or focusing on this is our lesson design PLC. We're really having our teachers unpack the SEs. We're intentionally planning for reteach and enrichment, and we're having data talks and student goal setting. And we have been really focused on providing our teachers with timely and high quality feedback so that we can ensure that our Tier 1 instruction is what our students need. And of course, after school tutorials. Again, in order for them to learn, they need to be in school. So as always, we are working on increasing our student attendance, all the things, and we have incentives for our students. We call every single day by 8:15, we call every family of students who are not at school, and we're really focused on our chronically absent students. And finally, we want to develop genuine parent-school partnerships because we want our parents to feel that they really are true partners in their child's education. And we started something this year, and it's Neil Families Forward. So it's a series of mini trainings. We do have our family nights, but these are very targeted. So everything from all of the apps that the students use, like how they use them at home, how they help, and the next meeting will be focused on just how to help them at home with reading and, just really STAR, like what STAR looks like, and just really working on that so that we can build those relationships.
All right, at Ross Elementary, first and foremost, we're focusing on student achievement, specifically our student growth. And in order to do that, we are really pushing our tutoring in 4th grade and increasing the academic incentives. We are doing constructive responses, slam dunks for our ECR and SCRs. Just last week, we hosted our very first Beauty in the Benchmark, and then we did our Ballin' in the Benchmark. Second, we are truly wanting to continue to promote that positive learning environment. In order to do that, just like Juanita said, we have to get our kids to school. And in order to do that, we are, like everyone else, just really trying to be creative with our attendance incentives. And so one thing we're doing right now for December, students who are perfect attendance for the entire month, they will be in a drawing to have a New Year's photo session, professional photo session with Reese. So definitely trying to be creative with those incentives to get them in school. Second, we want to keep them in class. That's a huge focus, and so our goal is to decrease our discipline referrals or out of class placements by 25%, and we are well on our way. This is a celebration. Last year, at the end of the year, Ross Elementary had 164 referrals. Currently, we are at 12 referrals, so we are definitely huge celebration. And then finally, just continue to strengthen relational capacity with our entire school community. As far as our community, we started the year off strong with our Great Raccoon Race. We have a partnership, an ongoing partnership with Texas A&M Ross Volunteers. We had a Pen Pal partnership with Blinn College. And then we are also increasing incentives that bring our Bryan High School students to the elementary school. With our families, we are continuing to host family engagement nights. We had a game night, and then this Friday we are doing ornament holiday making. And then we are continuing to shine communication. So every Sunday I put out a Thoman Times just showing parents, celebrating what the week held, and then looking at what's coming up in the following week. And then our employees and students, we are honoring our teachers and staff, not just for the month, but each week through Staff Cash. We have daily student affirmations and lots of awesome dust, as you can see. And then my counselor, she is doing Uno with a counselor. So lots of fun things happening, and it's all going to go back to that #1 goal of student achievement.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty phenomenal drop in referrals. So would you have one particular thing that you attribute it to? I mean, the most to, or what happened?
Sure. Mr. Knighting, which I'm going to give him lots of credit, he is truly enforcing the difference between Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 behaviors and just really pushing strategies for teachers on how to de-escalate students. And as you all know, it goes back to that relationship. So by increasing the attendance incentives, academic incentives, they want to be the best version of themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Aaliyah Jackson was a Crockett Rocket. I snapped a picture and I sent out a remind, and so now my phone is like to our staff. It's like ding, ding, ding. I'm like, mental note, print bigger and don't send that out right before you come up. So hopefully, I saw it the on-ramp before I came, and then I didn't see the name, and I was like, oh, that's our kiddo. So I'm super excited. I'll have to read the rest when I get home.
Congratulations,
Yes.
because she has a story. So
That
thank you
is
for what you've done
awesome.
to set her on
So
this way.
some of my same folks had her a long time ago at Crockett, so that's exciting. So I'm glad to see that. I'll read it when I get home. All right, Crockett is working for an A. We were a B, and you know what? There is nothing better than an A. So we are working on that increased academic achievement. We're doing student goal tracking. One of the things that we've added this year that probably is my most favorite thing, we have a bell at the front. You know, we've seen a cancer bell, we've seen a service bell, and I got a bell off Amazon. It's in the front lobby, and kids set goals all the time. We give stuff, the pride they have to coming to ring the bell. Anybody, if you're ever in the lobby, and we have kids, we had benchmarks, so lots of kids come up. They come up, we chant and cheer, we circle up. They don't get anything other than pride and recognition. The Christian, our AC guy, he has cheered. The little ones coming to the nurse cheered. So that's probably one of my most favorite things. And the kids really just relish that recognition and celebration. They get nothing but pride in their work. And so that's a fun thing. If you're ever by, hopefully we're ringing the bell because kids haven't met academic goals and behavioral goals. We've implemented an Imagine Math challenge. I love a good competition. So I've always done a third versus fourth in the spring. And I said, why wait to the spring? We started in the fall. So before Thanksgiving, those first 4 weeks, we hit a big Imagine Math challenge between third and fourth. And I thought that was fun. So I thought, let's challenge another campus. So we challenged another elementary school in Bryan. We did very, very well. So a nice little friendly competition between our schools, which encouraged our kids. We use Summit K-12. We've also had a big increase this year in our after-school clubs. We have chess, we have robotics, we have UIL. We have a little new Crockett choir that's going to be singing at Carriage Inn on Wednesday night. They were practicing today. They were doing instruments. They had, I have a substitute music teacher that's fabulous. He was playing his guitar and he's like, I need more time to work on drums. All right, y'all can do it at lunch duty tomorrow. Like, we're going to make this happen. And so it's really exciting to see how the kids are plugged in and a really great substitute that's helping with after school and philanthropy. We've redesigned our master schedule. Instead of specials teacher covering a lot of lunch duty, I designed the schedule where they cover intervention. So certified teachers do intervention in the morning to help in our star grades, which I think is a pretty nice system to have. And then our specials teachers also get to see their academic growth, as well as they see some of our academic strugglers who really shine in our specials classrooms. Promoting attendance, we have no tardy taters. If you've seen Mr. Potato Head, our classes work really hard to get their Mr. Potato Head, and every day everybody's all there on time. They get another piece to the potato head. It's been a little rough lately. Flu's going around. Miss Fugelberg's class, filled up their Mr. or Mrs. Potato Head. I think they had a Mr. this morning. So the class gets an incentive, and just a good way to encourage kids being there. Family engagement's always a big piece. We are a Capturing Kids' Hearts Showcase campus. We have been for many years. It's a huge part of our success, and we continue that. And other activities, Rising Rockets, tied to our guidelines for success and safe and civil schools, and just really connecting our families, our teachers, and our community.
So, Ms. Earhart, when she was in, Ms. Jackson, when
Yeah,
she was in
Aaliyah.
elementary, who would have ever imagined you were looking at, for Brown, typically a year is $100,000 to go there. And so her scholarship is probably close to $500,000.
She was the quietest, sweetest. I mean, it's been a long time. I'm old. It's the week before Christmas, so my brain is on overload right now. I have one graduating on Thursday morning. I have one struggling at law school in Colorado at the same time. So I'm all over the place, but I can see her little face. She had little braces. I was like, she doesn't look the same. I got to get my yearbooks out. She was the quietest, sweetest. She was a great kid. Yes, I imagine, but who would have thought?
I know.
Our little guy last year that went to Yale was a Crockett Rocket too. So I was like, oh, we have some great legacy. So I'm excited to go back and tell the kids tomorrow, man, this is one of us. This is what you can do. So super exciting. So I got to read up. That's my homework, to have it for morning meeting tomorrow, but we'll do it. So exciting. I'm excited to touch base with her and her family.
At the Crockett Rockets, you go to Ivy League schools, so
Yeah.
congratulations.
Okay, they saved the best for last. So for Davila, we had huge growth last year, but our goal is to still kind of continue and to push our new group of students that we have in our growth. So we have three of the same goals, similar that you saw before the elementary. So like improving our math and reading achievement. So we want to raise our student performance by strengthening the quality of instruction and expanding and acknowledging the achievement growth. How we do this is that we have our teacher and student goals. So all of our students have goals that they try to achieve, as well as our teachers, and also we do the progress monitoring. So we progress monitor after each of our, whether it's a benchmark, a CBA, a DBA, or a concept quiz. We're also, of course, trying to close the achievement gap for our special populations. We want to close the achievement gap for like our English learners, our at-risk, our SPED, and our economically disadvantaged. We're using the targeted interventions and instruction, and also our specialized instructional supports, such as our Summit K-12, like in our NAC classes and with all of our EB students. And then, as you heard before from the other schools, increasing student attendance. Of course, right now it's a difficult week to try to talk about that, so we're trying to do anything that we can kind of creative. We're having our 6 weeks attendance goal. Like, for example, today we had them all during third period where we called down all of our students and kind of talked about, hey, it's December. What are we going to do from here in order to try to, either recoup some of our days that we've been out and or, not cease any from continuing. We also have incentives for those that do have perfect attendance. Perfect attendance is difficult a lot of times, especially like with the flu and things like that going around. But we do have drawings like with gift cards and things like that. And then we also have our teachers then also calling after a student has been absent for 3 days. So yes, we do have some parents that receive then multiple phone calls, but hey, that's okay. They've missed 3 days in a row. So that's for us.
All right, so thank you to our principals. Did you have any questions for them? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to each of you for coming in and presenting your campus improvement plans. Next, we have an update on progress towards board goal number 5, safety and security. Rich Himmel, Assistant Director of Safety and Security, and Julie Johnson, Executive Director of Technology Services. Dr. Bryan Merrill.
Here. Someone left some bond paperwork here. I don't know who would do that from the stage. Maybe me. So sorry about that. I'm very excited. So good evening and thank you, Board President Mr. Bryan, BISD board members, as well as Superintendent Ms. Carabon. We thank you for the opportunity to review our progress towards board goals, and it's ultimately leading into the summative evaluation in January. So we'll get to the timeline. Y'all are familiar with this, and we obviously had our Team of 8 training on December the 4th, 2025. It was a wonderful opportunity for us to review those 5 goals, and then obviously bringing even maybe a 6th one to the table, so we'll talk about that here shortly. As you can see the timeline that's laid out in front of you, we are sort of towards the center, moving into January. So what's going to happen is we are reviewing the goal 5 and 4, and then the next board meeting we will review 3 and 2, board goal 3 and 2. And then finally in January when we get back, we'll finish up with board goal number 1. So we're excited today to talk about those, obviously leading towards superintendent's evaluation. The levers that you see in front of you are what we reviewed. It was a wonderful opportunity to think about systems thinking. And as we talked about then, and as we all know and have practiced, as you move one lever, they all move. And so when you look on the left, you'll see the 5 goals there. We're going to work from backwards, starting with goal 5 all the way leading towards goal 1. And again, you can see how moving one little piece, we just mentioned the campus improvement plan, and you can see how twisting that lever will obviously impact all of the other levers that are situated. And so we appreciate the opportunity to write these goals and then obviously move forward through the school year, evaluating them and bringing success to our school district and to our students. And so we're going to start with board goal number 5. And if you'll read it, it's ensure a physical and emotional safe and secure learning environment while welcoming all students, staff, and visitors. And so when you hear safety and security, I think immediately you just go to like the physical safety and security, many of the things like Rich will talk about, but this is a more encompassing goal, and it's a lot more broad. And I appreciate the opportunity to share, and that's why Ms. Willett will be talking about all of the various features and facets. And again, as we look at the levers, you'll think about safety and security and how that drives things. Just simply even talking about the comfort dog. As we bring the comfort dogs in, you've heard that directly went into academic success. A young man having just anxiety about taking a benchmark test. The dog walking up, which would fit under goal 5, that safety and security, and then all of a sudden he's feeling more confident and comfortable, and he actually met his goal. And so those are examples of how goal 5 is going to be represented in what we'll be discussing today. So with that being said, I'll bring up Ms. Julie Johnson.
So for technology services, our part of the goal is the 3 bullets you see on the slide is to implement our best practices, making sure we're doing everything to protect our students' data, and following that Texas cybersecurity framework, which I present to y'all annually on kind of how we're doing. And then also providing professional development for staff on best practices so that we're actually in the middle of it right now, working through cybersecurity training for our staff, get to send reminders out to make sure and get that done. And other things like putting in a 2-factor authentication for our staff members to make sure they're keeping our data secure. And then providing lessons for our students. We do this every year through digital citizenship. During class time, our teachers are presenting these different lessons that are grade appropriate on what and how to use the internet while online. But we couldn't do all this without our partners. So some of the things that we do in the background, not only is that Neptune Navigate, our cybersecurity training for our staff, but it's also the one that houses all our students' training materials, videos, those kinds of things. But then Lightspeed is also that filter for our students, which we're always having to increase and tweak as our students become smarter. We have to be even more smarter about closing gaps that may happen as new sites come up. But Lightspeed has been a great partner in helping us plug holes as we get reports of any changes. MSISAC is also a national group that we partner with, part of the FBI and Homeland Security. But one of the ones that we've really been a lead in is our Student Data Privacy Consortium. That is where if you want to be a software in our district, a vendor, we make sure that you're signing a contract with us specifically regarding how you're going to protect our students' data. So that, along with some other things, help make sure that we're doing what we need to do to protect our kids when they're online. So, and then next up, I think, is, Donna, Ms. Willett.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about counseling services. Emotional safe learning environment is in the words in this goal. Students have to feel safe in that classroom in order for them to be academically successful. And so we work really hard to implement a comprehensive guidance program. The state gives us directions on these are the components that you have: guidance, curriculum, responsive services, individual planning, system support. I want to talk really the most about guidance curriculum. It's got to be consistent, and it has to keep spiraling through to make sure we're building those skills in those kids, that we're building skills for students who are struggling maybe behaviorally, but we're also building the skills with students who maybe their issue is innate. And what do I do to get the supports that I need? So our focus is really getting counselors into the classroom on a regular basis. We have a curriculum K through 5 called Changemakers, and the topics from K through 5 are all the same, but the content keeps adjusting, age appropriate, to help them understand how it fits into their lives right now. And so that is our primary focus. Responsive services, that is that individual, I'm really struggling, talking with that counselor one-on-one. But to make the biggest change, it's consistently getting counselors in the classroom to help build those skills and sustain those with students. Questions?
Good evening. I'm going to explain a couple more examples for you of how we achieve Goal 5. If you take a look at your ID and flip over to the back, you're going to see a cheat sheet that shows you our next example here. This is the Standard Response Protocol, the SRP. It's the third year that we've been using this on our campuses. And this teaches our administrators, our staff, and our students how to respond to emergencies or unusual occurrences that may occur on our campuses. It's simple, it's easy to learn. We reinforce it through drills that are mandated by law, and the schedule is up there. We do 2 lockdown drills per school year, 1 per semester. We do 2 shelter drills, one for hazardous materials, the other for severe weather. We do 1 evacuate drill, but we also do 4 fire drills, which are basically just evacuation drills to satisfy the local authorities. And let's talk about our Emergency Operations Plan, or EOP. It always helps to have a plan to pull out when something goes wrong, and this is our EOP. We write this, maintain it with the help and guidance of the folks at the Texas School Safety Center. They review it every year. They'll have us send them a portion of our plan to review and ensure that we're in compliance. Those are the folks over at the State University at San Marcos. Hopefully this illustration up here makes it clear to you how our plan works. We've got the basic plan, the big circle, and then it's surrounded by those 6 annexes, okay, that kind of drill down a little bit. We've got the active threat, severe weather, hazardous materials or hazmat, cybersecurity, communicable disease, and COOP. That's not about chickens, that's the continuation of operations plan. I guess they didn't want to call it COP, but they called it COOP. And then for those first 3 annexes, each of those has more specific appendices that you can see on the left-hand side there. The active threat annex has an active shooter appendix. The severe weather annex has all of those there. It's got severe thunderstorm, tornado, winter storm, hurricane, and flooding appendices. So we're drilling down on each specific threat. And then the hazardous materials annex has the train derailment appendices. So we've got lots of plans to pull out if we need them. And if you need me to answer any of your questions right now, I can do that for you. Thank you.
Any questions having to do with board goal number 5? If not, we'll bring up Hugo in the Community Affairs Department. Okay, Dr. Barr.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Just want to remind you that these are your board goals. One of the jobs in our department consists of translating whatever it is that we have on the appendices, the plans, the goals, into tangible parts, easy to understand or as easy as possible. So also, I want to share a disclaimer with you. While I talk about Board Goal 4, I'm part of a very small department, but that is very efficient, has been effective, has room for improvement, but also collaborates consistently with other departments and with each campus. So first of all, I only have a few slides, and you will see your board goal number 4 on top of the slide. And then we have 4 different areas, which is where we're focusing, where you are focusing. We also have different ways to measure. We have metrics that we acquire through surveys, but we also have indirect or intangible measurements and indicators that we use to see if there are areas that where we need to improve. All of this so that we can enhance students' experiences and their performance. So first of all, the first area that we pay attention to is partners in education. One of the things that we did in preparation for this meeting is, okay, why don't we phrase the key performance indicator as a question? It helps me at least to understand. So what are we doing with this indicator? So do families think they are actively partnering with the district to enhance their children's education? And of course, like I said, we have metrics from the survey, and where we were very successful, where the expectation was 92% of families will say they're satisfied, and 94% of our families said they were. However, we want to focus on the intangibles, the indirect measurements. For example, the bond, $397 million bond passed. Only 4 districts in the state of Texas, in November, only 4 districts with multiple proposals approved, had all of their proposals passed by the community. That is just testimony of the support that we have in our community. As Ms. Friddle said the other day at one of the meetings that we had, it's a pattern of trust. 2019, we passed a bond. 2020, we passed a bond. 2025, we passed the largest bond in school history. So to us, that is an indicator that the community, our families, support our school district. We also have a plethora of family engagement nights and opportunities for our families. I'm looking around. Several of you either have grandchildren or children or friends or spouses who work in the schools. We have been, since over the last few years, with under Ms. Caravan's leadership and your leadership, very consistent, very intentional about family and community engagement in every way possible, from sharing the schedules online on the website to opening the doors and holding different types of sessions, not just athletics, fine arts events, but also parent workshops like Read by Third and also the Next Step. So what are some areas where we could improve? Well, we want to maintain the momentum. We also want to make sure that our families, all families at every school, feel welcome and listened to. Second area, communication. Are families and community stakeholders satisfied with the district's communications? Well, according to the survey, yes. However, what are some of the other indicators? Well, just look at the blue rectangle on your right. It was mine, I guess. Just in the last 5 months, we had over 8.4 million views on social media, 155,000 plus content interactions, meaning people who liked, loved, shared, did something with our content. 1,800 new followers, and then interesting, but over 172 people, this is only since August 1st, have searched for Bryan ISD on social media. So we have multiple metrics in this area where we want to continue to share the good news. We want to continue to enhance our student experiences because that translates into an informed community, into a bond that is passed, into better facilities, better standards, better everything for our students and our staff. So what are some areas where we want to keep improving? Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but for sure, have a unified calendar as much as possible, and we'll talk about that one in the next slide. And then also improve overall communication, not just from the district, but from all campuses and departments. Okay, engagement. Again, the goal is on top of the screen, of the slide, and then the question. Are families and community stakeholders satisfied with the district engagement opportunities? Well, according to the survey, our goal was, your goal, the performance indicator was 89%. We're almost there at 85%. Remember, we're closing the year. We still have an opportunity for improvement there. But I want you to think about what are some of the areas that are working, that are not, and perhaps that's going to be part of our goal, to propose to you that we actually include some of the things that we are doing in our department as some of the indicators, because we're already doing the work. You're already seeing it. You are very involved with all of these committees. We talked about them tonight. So we might as well capitalize on them and count them. What's working? We just talked about the Give Joy Holiday Drive, Bryan ISD Showcase, Pep Rally, Community Pep Rally with Dr. Merrill and ambassadors, his team, Breathe by Third, all the athletics and fine arts events, Trunk or Treat. We have multiple opportunities for engagements with our families, our staff, and our community. So what are some of the areas that we've gotten feedback from families and community members? Well, again, this is not exhaustive. Help promote campus PTOs. Not everybody knows how to start one from scratch. Not everybody has the funding to start one. Also, help promote campus event. This was the result of your feedback. Like I was saying earlier, a unified calendar. Okay, we're taking baby steps. It's quite a challenge because we actually really have, I think, more campus and community events than ever. So we're starting with the Week at a Glance, which is released every Sunday at 5 p.m. on social media. And also, if you don't like social media or you don't want people to see that you're on social media at that time, it's on the website. It's easy to find. Week at a Glance, just go to bryanisd.org and you'll see it. And then finally, community and research partnerships. So is the district maintaining or increasing its community and research partnerships? So far, we are this year alone with very tangible, documented partnerships at 45. Remember, Ms. Carabine has been meeting consistently over the last few years, and you serve in those committees with parent leadership team, teacher leadership team, faith-based partners, superintendent advisory council, and we also have partnerships with the Boys and Girls Club of Brazos Valley, Junior Achievement, Bryan Rotary, and research partnerships with these universities. Of course, the majority of them are with Texas A&M University, but also we have partnerships with Blaine College, of course, University of Florida, Texas Tech, Sam Houston, and a few other universities. So that is all I have for you. Do you have any questions?
Hugo, I want to thank you and your team, your department. I know there's a lot of times we will think up something and we'll mention it. It'll kind of go through the right channels and poof, it's done. I mean, with like that Week at a Glance calendar, that's a big deal. But as soon as the board, I think we talked about it, we mentioned it, I'm sure y'all were probably already doing it, and all of a sudden it was there. And so, not that other departments don't do the same thing, but you, Chelsea, Clay, Kelly, Callie, who else did I miss somebody?
That's it.
Y'all are amazing, and I know probably in speaking for the board, it's just, y'all could be making a lot of money other places. We don't want you to. I mean, we would love for you to make a lot of money, but we don't want you to go anywhere else. But y'all are so talented. And you were an administrator. Callie was a student. Clay's been in the business a long time. Chelsea's been in the business a long time. It takes one to understand what we want, and because of y'all's background, man, you guys hear it and then it happens. So thank you very, very much.
I would agree completely, and I went back to the slide and I joked about what was up here, but they designed all of this. And in so many cases, districts outsource this for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this is a prime example of the way that just the marketing team put everything together and really made it understandable, which I'm so appreciative of. And again, as you stated, we come with ideas like, hey, we got an idea, or this is what we're doing, and then a graphics created, a plan's underway, and it led to obviously the 2025 bond, which we're incredibly proud of and thankful for. So a wonderful department. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Next, we will move to our budget development series related to understanding the basic allotment, presented by Chief Financial Officer Norma Fertile.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and Superintendent Carabine. As promised, we're back this evening to continue our discussion on the budget development process. At our last meeting, I introduced a new series of budget and finance topics that we'll be walking through together over the next few months. The goal of this series is to provide clarity and a shared understanding of how school district finances work. At our last meeting, I left a TASB resource on your dais titled A Toolkit for Strong Budget Discussions. Hopefully you've had little time to peruse the toolkit as it will serve as a roadmap moving forward. Each of these training discussions is intentionally centered around that guide, so that way you have something familiar to follow along with. The first topic we'll be addressing tonight is understanding the basic allotment. This is a great place to start because the basic allotment is the foundation of Texas school finance. Everything else in the funding formula builds on it. So with that foundation in mind, I'll walk you through what the basic allotment is, why it matters, and how it impacts Bryan ISD. As a reminder, this calendar of topics was provided to you at our last meeting. This slide shows the schedule of budget topics we'll cover over the next several months, leading up to budget adoption. The sequence follows the TASB toolkit you received, so it's easy to follow along throughout the process. Today is December 15th, and our focus for tonight is the basic allotment. And this is just our table of contents, which aligns with the toolkit that you received. So the basic allotment is the state set dollar amount per student and serves as the foundation of the Texas school funding formula. It comes from the state's foundation school program, which is funded primarily through state general revenue and the state's share of local property taxes. The current basic allotment is $6,215, which is a $55 increase from the prior year. Prior to that increase, the basic allotment had not changed since the 1920 school year. So essentially, school district funding levels were effectively frozen for about 5 years, even as costs continue to rise. The basic allotment is multiplied by using average daily attendance, or ADA, across several funding formulas. It drives most of our weighted program funding, meaning different programs receive different funding levels because it costs more to educate students with different needs. We'll walk through an example and see how those weights work in action on a real-life allotment. So at its core, the basic allotment is the primary funding mechanism for Texas schools and directly impacts the district's overall budget capacity. This slide gives you a visual of what I just mentioned regarding flat funding levels since the 1920 school year. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, these are the per student spending amounts for the 23-24 school year for public elementary and secondary school systems. The figures shown here reflect state and national averages, and they include weighted funding so that way we are comparing apples to apples. As you can see, Texas is just over $12,000 per student, while the national average is over $16,000 per student. This comparison helps show that, even with weighted funding, Texas remains well below the national average. And this slide shows a comparison of per-student spending across the nation and a few other selected states. According to Raise Your Hand Texas, a nonprofit advocacy organization, Texas is about $4,000 behind the national average in per-student spending. We do understand that some northern states have a higher cost of living, and that is reflected here in this comparison. What stands out to me is Louisiana, our neighboring state. Louisiana spends over $3,700 more per student than Texas, which helps put our funding position into perspective. So a natural question is, why is Louisiana able to spend $3,700 more per student than Texas? The simplest way to think about it is this. Louisiana has a bigger glass than Texas. A bigger glass means more total funding capacity per student, and ultimately for the school district. And the size of that glass, or how much funding a state provides for public education, is ultimately determined by the state legislature. Texas needs a bigger glass. So we already know that Texas is behind the curve in overall per-student funding. The next question is, what does the basic allotment actually generate in revenue? And how does it translate into dollars for school districts? Through the Foundation School Program, the state determines how much funding each district receives using two main formulas: the Tier 1 basic entitlement and Tier 2 enrichment. The Tier 1 basic entitlement is where the majority of district funding lives and includes most of the program allotments that you're familiar with. These include gifted and talented, CTE, special education, bilingual, dyslexia, and several other programs. As I mentioned earlier, the basic allotment of $6,215 is multiplied by average daily attendance because districts are funded on attendance and not enrollment. With that in mind, let's take a look at one allotment you are familiar with and see how that calculation works in real life. Now, this is one of the easier allotments to follow, but I think you'll find the results interesting. Here's a real-life look at how our bilingual program allotment comes together here at our district. We actually have 3 different bilingual instructional program arrangements, and each one comes with a different funding weight based on the instructional delivery. The state starts with the basic allotment, applies the assigned weight, and then multiplies it by our average daily attendance to determine the funding amount. So in this case, we have a total average daily attendance of about 4,900 in emergent and non-emergent bilingual students. When you multiply each of the ADAs by the basic allotment and the different weights across the instructional arrangements, it adds up to about $3.1 million in total bilingual funding. So, the example I just walked through is one of the programs funded through the Foundation School Program under Tier 1 Basic Entitlement. Now let's look at Tier 2, Enrichment. Tier 2 allows a district to generate additional funding above its basic entitlement through a complex formula that includes golden and copper pennies. We'll dive deeper into these pennies in our next session when we cover tax rates. School districts may access up to a total of 17 enrichment pennies. Currently, Bryan ISD leverages 6 golden pennies and 0 copper. The first 5 golden pennies may be adopted by the board without an election. Bryan ISD held a voter-approved tax rate election in 2017 to access an additional penny. To leverage the remaining 2 golden pennies, the district would need to hold another VATRE, or voter-approved tax rate election. Now, based on the current estimates, these 2 pennies could possibly generate approximately $5.5 million in additional revenue. But because this funding is driven by weighted average daily attendance, projections must be conservative and carefully calculated. So in summary, the basic allotment is the primary driver of Texas school finance and serves as the core formula for generating revenue. The Foundation School Program supports district maintenance and operations by funding a basic educational program for all of our students. Because the basic allotment flows through every funding weight and program, even the smallest increase creates a statewide ripple effect. And for that reason, the legislature is very deliberate and cautious when considering increases. So as a final parting thought on the basic allotment, I want to credit Dr. Ibarra for her creative insight in helping me frame this message. When the tide rises, all the boats rise. And in Texas school finance, that means all programs rise. Be happy to take any questions at this time.
Ms. Friddle, I have a, it's going to sound maybe like a very basic question. You know, people are used to getting their paychecks once a week, twice a week, however that goes. I'm just curious how, and I'm looking at the bilingual program example of where, you know, the district would receive $3.1 million. I'm just, how frequently do we receive money? Is it, because our expenditures, that till never stops ticking. And so I'm just curious, how does money flow into the district? Do we get it and mixed in with this average daily attendance? I'm just curious of how all that works, if it's calculated based off an average daily attendance.
Yes, sir. Excellent question. So our FSP payments, or our foundation school payments, we get paid 3 times a year. We get 80% of our funding in September and October, and then we receive our last payment in August of the following fiscal year. So the accounting can be a little tricky, especially since the TEA fiscal year does not align with the district's fiscal year. So there's a few little accounting entries. We've got to book a receivable at the end of our fiscal year to recognize that revenue as received in the current fiscal year. But we do receive 80% of our foundation school program revenue in September and October, and with one last payment in August. Now, the reasoning for that, we're considered to be in payment class 3, which is why we only get 3 payments. Our wealth per ADA is what determines our payment class. So in other words, the state says, you're wealthy enough per ADA, you will have enough cash or revenue when you start collecting your tax collections. So we get September, October's payment, and then our tax collections November, December, January, February. So we receive the majority of our revenue. When the state brings their payments in September and October, we collect tax collections late in the fall, and that's supposed to carry us through the year. At least that's the state's methodology. So the cash flow is different from budget, because cash is not budget. That's why cash flow should be kept separately, and a cash flow statement, which I do, which is separate from budgeting altogether. Remember, budget is just a plan. How much revenue do I plan to receive for the year? How much in expenditures do I plan to expend throughout the year? Very different from cash flow.
But back to the ADA question, because I had the same question on that slide. If you can go back to that one where you use the bilingual as the example. So so our average daily attendance is different every day.
It sure is.
Okay, so is it the ADA from last year that impacts this year? And so if our basic allotment is the 6215, I don't think people realize, like, we don't get that. We'd have to have 100% ADA to get that. So it's always less than that. But is the ADA based on last year?
So you are correct in that ADA changes and shifts every single day, okay? So at the very beginning of the budget process, I estimate what the ADA is going to be for the entire year, okay? So what the state does is it pays you on the estimates that you submit in your per pupil projections. So that's how the state knows how much cash they're going to flow through your district, because we give the state estimates, okay? And they pay you on those estimates, and then they have this process called settle up at the very end. So they pay you according to the estimates that you, as a district, submit, so that way everything flows, right? And then every day, that attendance is different. That is why our PEMS data is absolutely critical and important for it to be accurate, because the state pays us on estimates throughout the year, and then they shore up and they settle up with us in September. So as CFOs do, as they should do, is they update the state funding template every 6 weeks. So I'm always hounding either Jennifer Lemons or somebody in technology and saying, hey, how up to date is this information, especially after a legislative year when they introduce new funding allotments. It's very important for those data elements to be included in our PEMS reporting, because I am looking at that state funding template every 6 weeks to make sure to follow and track our funding and monitor that state funding. At the same time, I'm looking at tax collections, because there's a relationship between tax collections and state funding. So in summary, we get paid on what we think the state's going to pay us, and then they settle up at the very end after the summer submission. In September, the state looks, okay, we paid you $84 million, but you actually earned 86 because your ADA was higher than expected. So we're going to give you an additional $2 million.
But it's why we're always doing those budget amendments.
Absolutely. Things change throughout the year. And if you're a rookie CFO, you may have highly estimated your ADA, and then they pay you on that. And then by the time you get to the end in September, after the summer submission, that's what you get paid on. So it's possible that some school districts get overpaid throughout the year. And that's why, another reason why you're supposed to be watching that funding template and that cash flow, because it doesn't mean you get to keep everything that they give you. They settle up with you in September. They settle up or they settle down.
Well, and I think it's just hard for people to understand, because most people budget off of what they think their income's going to be, and hopefully most of us have, a relatively stable income so we can do those projections. In this case, it's a moving target all the time.
Every day is a moving target, yes, ma'am. Especially when the legislature increases the homestead exemption or compresses the tax rate. It can be challenging to estimate those tax collections, because there's a direct relationship between the state funding and estimating those tax collections. So if I overestimate on one, it'll directly impact the other. So it is very much a moving target.
Well, thank you for what you do to keep us straight.
Yes,
So
ma'am, thank you.
Our attendance, say it's 2024 or 23. And so our attendance for that year is, we go in after the year is over, we correct mistakes. We have the whole summer to fix the attendance the way, it should be, hopefully to correlate with the students being there or not being there. And then, so it's 1 year that we're reporting in September, or is it 2 years ago that it takes us that long? I mean, anybody, any district. Are we 1 year back or 2 years? Okay.
It's 1 year.
1 year back.
Yes, yeah. For example, just using the current year as an example, we started school in August, right? We see the daily attendance reports. They get sent to us, so we can see what that attendance is right now. At the very end of the year, of the current year, I look at that, there's one report, and it's a district total, and it takes all the 6 weeks attendance. It's just days present divided by days taught. It's a simple formula for every single campus. And then there's this one report at the very end that gives me a district total, so I can see what that percentage is. We hover around 94-95%. It's all things considered, especially after the post-COVID phenomenon. Our district hovers around 94-95%. So, but it does get, we do have the opportunity to make some fixes throughout the year, and then that summer submission is what TEA uses to actually fund the district on. for the current year. So 1 year, you are correct.
And I guess I'm just curious, you mentioned one thing, I just want to make sure I understand it. Our fiscal year ends June 30th,
Correct.
but we will get our final settle up in September.
Sometimes early October. Yes, sir.
So are you having to go back and almost kind of untangle everything after you get in the preceding fiscal year from the September payment? Am I understanding that right? Am I making
You
sense? when I'm asking that?
absolutely are, and that's one of the challenges of having of being a July 1 fiscal year. So TEA's fiscal year begins September 1. We used to be September 1, so it was a little bit easier to estimate those things. But either way, if you are reconciling your revenue every 6 weeks, you know what your receivable is going to be at June 30th. So they're going to pay you on an estimate on the front end, and then they settle up with you on the back end. So even if our fiscal year ends on June 30th, I should still be able to estimate by that time, am I overpaid or am I underpaid? And then there's some accounting entries that I book to shore up the revenues and the expenditures.
A question on,
And that's what our auditors do, are here to do. Yes, sir.
it is important that we can look and see what other states are receiving or how they're funding. When you were comparing states, are you comparing all of the income we get from as far as our funding? And I guess we're talking about just state funding and not federal, or I'm not even sure about that. But I guess the main question is we're talking about basic allotment, and when we're comparing Texas to other states, are we talking about basic allotment? Are we talking about every dollar we get, or what?
Well, we're looking at weighted funding. So not just the basic allotment, but additional revenues received for educating different student populations.
Well, but we've got also, which they did some strange stuff this last time, where experienced teachers got quite a bit of money. So is that in there too, or not?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, the U.S., if you're referring to the U.S. Census Bureau, that data was 2 years ago. So 23-24 is the latest data that the U.S. Census Bureau has.
Okay. But if you were doing it for the current year, would you be including the 5,000 that the very experienced teachers would?
Oh, yes.
That's what I was assuming that you would, because that's a lot of money.
Correct.
Okay, so that clears that up for me, because I would want to make sure we're doing our best to talk about apples to apples, because when I get questions, I want to make sure I'm giving everybody good answers on how we truly compare, especially if I'm talking to our legislators, or not that I've had a lot of conversations with the governor, but if I ever have one, I want to be sure I'm accurate with him too. So.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Ms. Priddle, would you remind the board and share with our community what we're about to do in January to verify the accuracy rate with data entry when it comes to weighted funding? Because it's critically important that we're putting it into the system per student group, if you will, because it does impact the dollar sign if they're special education, bilingual, et cetera.
In January?
Yes, the review that we're about to do the financial review for
yes.
auditing folders.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding me of that. We will be performing a PEIMS financial audit. So we are engaging services with Region 6, and they're going to be doing what's called student cumulative folder audits, which means, for example, we're going to pull 20 to 24 student folders from our elementaries, really from our campuses just across the district. And they're going to see if little Johnny, if he's receiving dyslexic services or bilingual services, they're going to go into the Skyward system and verify that they are coded correctly so that we receive accurate funding for little Johnny, who's bilingual and also receiving dyslexic services. So that's just a very basic example, but they're going to be sampling 20 to 24 student folders across each of our campuses. So that way, it all goes back to the integrity of that PEIMS data that actually gets reported. So if we do find some errors, we can fix them. And then we can take the necessary steps. It may have been a training issue. It may have just been, there's a variety of reasons, sometimes just the turnover, The school district currently does what's called data validation testing, so we do our own little internal audits as well. So this is just going to be one more layer of assurance, just a different lens, different outside perspective, someone outside looking in. And yeah, so they're just coming in with a different set of eyes and see what we can find. And you know what? If it's all good, then it's all good. So, and then if there's any improvements that we need to make, we can implement those as well.
And is it a true statement that if we find a mistake or two at any point in time this year, if we rectify it, we can recoup the weighted funding from the very first day of school?
Absolutely, yes.
So it's a very good exercise to
Yes.
make sure that we have coding where it needs to be to garner the appropriate revenue.
Yes, yes. So we have, there's submissions throughout the school year. The very final one is the summer submission, and that's where we go in and we reconcile anything and everything from all of the 6 weeks. So that way we get final funding on the last final submission. And then we get settled up in September.
Does that audit include how we take attendance, when we take attendance, how we report attendance, all of that as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This particular one, we're only going to be looking at student identifiers, like, different student populations. Like we said, make sure the bilingual are coded correctly, dyslexia, and then a little bit later in the spring, the attendance one will follow as well.
And the same with that. If there's any error with any attendance, we can correct it and then recoup the money back from the first day of school.
Yes.
So we don't expect big issues. It's just another set of eyes coming in to help us verify. So it's a very good practice. Thank you, Ms. Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
When I worked truancy and all things attendance, when Bryan High was the only school in town, or the only high school, I remember my office aides would see and hear everything we were working on attendance. And I had a young man one time, and he was really interested, and he said, "So, Ms. Waller, if I miss 3 days, I'm costing us a desk." I said, "Yeah, that's kind of," he said, so he was trying to figure it all out. So he said, "If my friends knew that every time we were absent, it cost us another chair in the cafeteria or another water fountain," he said, "I think they'd do a lot better." And I said, "But we can't tell you that your value is a chair. If you miss, you're going to cost us a chair." There's that thin line between, the child thinking their worth has to do with something tangible. Right. But he got it. I mean, he understood what we were talking about.
But it's also why we as school districts have advocated for so long about having funding based on enrollment, not attendance.
Because we staff on enrollment.
Yes, we have the costs either way. And yes, every student needs to be in school so they can learn, but it's very challenging sometimes to help families and children understand. I mean, checking their kids out early, or, keeping them home, or taking them on vacation for a particular week, whatever that is, it has direct impacts on the district.
Yes, ma'am, and that's really an education piece, so we always, we look to the board if you're ever out in the community and anybody's, ever have a conversation, it's always good to educate everyone on just the cost of attendance. It adds up.
Well, and the last thing I'll just mention about it is that as much as I have learned about school finance, really as a board member, as a teacher, I didn't really understand that at all. I knew about weighted funding, I knew about ADA, I had no idea how complicated it all is. But it's really hard when you compare it to business, as an example, business and industry. It's a completely different animal, and much of it we have no control over.
It is. It is definitely, it's a different language from the corporate world. So, especially with just accrual accounting, we live and breathe in an industry where the majority of our employees earn their paychecks in 10 months, but they get paid over 12. So just the accounting entries related to that can make financial reporting a little challenging sometimes too, as we talked about in our last committee meeting. So yeah, so this is a different industry for sure.
But I know our employees greatly appreciate being paid over 12 months.
Yes.
Unlike some places in higher ed, A&M, who doesn't do that if faculty are on a less than 12-month appointment. So it makes it very hard to budget when you have months that you receive no paycheck.
Yeah, yeah. Any more
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. I also left another resource on your dais. It was a very good resource from TASBO. It's called School Finance Basics 101 something, so some reading material on your spare time. Thank you.
We'll move to our consent agenda. The board can remove any item from the consent agenda if applicable. If there are none, I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of all the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion was made by Mrs. Benford, seconded by Dr. Harlan Wolf. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. The first action item on our agenda this evening is to consider approval of the 26-27 academic calendar. Director of Counseling Services, Donna Willett, will present.
Hello, I'm back. I feel like I've been up here all night tonight. We're going to talk about the academic calendar, hopefully. We will finish it up today. Again, the goal of all of this is to build an academic calendar to support the needs of students, staff, and parents in our community. Our timeline, we started late October. Really, the meat of the work was done through November, and then now we finished it up, met with calendar committee and DEIC last Thursday afternoon after the survey closed. These are the options that we put forth, option 1 and option 2. Option 1 is pretty similar start time to what we had this year. A little bit of adjustment in the spring with some professional development, but very similar to what we have now. Option 2 is a little bit of a later start, very compact, with less professional development built in throughout the year. The actual survey itself ran from December 2nd through December 10th. As you can see, we had a little over 2,500 people complete the survey. It included parents, staff, students, and community, with a majority being made up by the parents and the staff. In all areas, staff, students, community, option 1 was by far their biggest choice, the number 1 choice. For parents, it was nearly split. It was a 49-51%. It was a difference of 22 votes on parents between option 1 and option 2. The overall percentage ended up with the calendar option 1 having 58%, while option 2 had 42%. Again, last Thursday afternoon, met with both the calendar committee and DEIC. They review the results from the calendar survey, and the committees recommend the school board approve calendar option 1. Are there questions?
Refresh my memory, I was looking at the early release that's actually coming up this year, and it's in the number 1, probably in number 2 also, but you have an early release on this coming, again, I'm just saying this coming because it's the same thing
Yes.
for this year.
Yes, sir.
Coming up on Thursday, and then it's everybody on Friday.
Yes,
so,
sir.
What's the logic behind that? I just wonder sometimes if that's not a problem for parents to have to go deal with an early release and then a later release for the younger kids is, so I assume there's some strong reasons to do that?
Our secondary folks very much are for that when they make and build a final exam schedule. If you are forcing like 4 exams a day as you're finishing out that semester is a lot for students to do. And so they try to break it up. And so by having a set schedule where you can do 3 exams on Thursday, 3 exams on Friday, and then have that early release, but it has to do with kind of how intense and how much time, you know, for students in regards to final exams, and can you really prepare for 4 exams on one day.
Doesn't it, I'm going to guess it also helps our teachers try to finalize grading and that kind of thing.
At that secondary level, some of them are carrying between 150 and 180 students, so to allow them additional time to grade is also incredibly beneficial for them.
I move approval of the 2026-2027 district academic calendar as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Harlan Wolf, seconded by Mrs. Waller. Any additional discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will discuss and consider updates to board policy. Presenting Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Barbara Ibarra.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. This evening, we'd like to bring to you an update to board policy. This is a pretty elaborate and extensive update because it is reflective of the last legislative session. As a quick reminder, we recently visited about this. But there are a number of different ways that we maintain our board policies, specifically those local policies. But this evening, we're also going to be updating you on some updates to legal policies as well. This particular packet comes from the Texas Association of School Boards, and it is a numbered packet, meaning it is a full release. They had to do this particular set of policies kind of rolling throughout the state because of the extent of the number of policies that were impacted. Took them quite a bit of time to customize to each district to make sure it was in alignment with our district's local policies. One more quick reminder, we have legal policy, which the board does not act on. That's what the legislature does. But the local policy is the board's governance on how we implement and the parameters we put on those local policies in relation to the legal. And then the administration takes care of the green section there, which is how we do it, operating procedures, and those sorts of regulations on how that policy is implemented in action in the district. So this evening, what we'd like to do is give you an update from a number of different cabinet members on what some of these policies actually looked like. Now, you'll notice from the board attachments, the actual legal update with explanatory notes is close to 1,400 pages, so it's quite extensive. That's the legal side of the house. There's another attachment there that is specific to the local policies, and it's about 71 pages. Some of those are relatively minor in terms of their edits and their changes, and they are marked up on the screen so that you can see what those changes were. Sometimes it's vocabulary that the state changed the vernacular for something, and other times it's much more extensive. So again, we're going to bring you a high-level update of what that looks like, knowing that you've actually already heard a great deal of what's contained in this policy update. This was part of the summer training that was in response to the legal updates where we had Joey Moore from Walsh Gallegos come and provide a training specific to the board and provide legal guidance on the last legislative session and all of the updates that came from that session. So this is just the implementation from the Texas Association of School Boards on what all of those changes from the legislative session look like in board policy. Okay, so some of these are going to be very, very familiar to you.
I'm going to apologize in advance and say
No
that I
worries.
didn't get to reading as much of this as I could till this afternoon. And I do have some questions.
Sure.
Some of them are pretty minor, I hope. Some, at least a couple, maybe not quite. But, and I don't necessarily want to delay a vote on this, and just in case some significant changes might be considered. But I just want to at least bring them up because some of them do probably need to have some discussion. And as I said, some are quite minor. Do you want me to just kind of address those as we go, or would you rather go through your whole summary and then we could go back?
So we have a quick presentation, but maybe as we bring up a section of policy, for example, if one of the policies you wanted to discuss was in section B, when we get to section B, could you bring those forward at that time? Would that work for you?
Yeah, it's whatever works best for you.
Okay, it's no problem. We might cover it on our slides, but again, with 1,400 pages, we just cherry picked a few of them to bring
These
forward.
are all on the local, yeah.
Okay, perfect. We can do that, certainly, sir. So again, much of this should be a review, but certainly do stop us if there's something in particular, that 71-page document of the local policies. Those are the ones that certainly the board has discussion and governance over, okay? So Section A, there's very little that changed in Section A. Of note, they did update the goals for the state of Texas and that pertains to academics. And so this section was added under the educational philosophy section. And again, it mirrors what our board goals already state, but now these are the state goals in response to core academics. But you'll also notice goals 5 and 6, which I think are really aligned tightly to what our Board of Trustees has already adopted, skills and credentialing, and then also post-secondary readiness and coursework, so that when they leave, when our students walk that stage and they go on to post-secondary institutions, they don't need remediation. That is one of the goals of the state of Texas, and it has long been a goal of this Board of Trustees, along with that credentialing and skills from industry-based certifications. But it's nice to see that tight alignment between the work of the district and also that it's mirroring what the state says is their priorities as well. Local B, our local governance under Section B, there are several policies in this section that do implement several changes. Some I know you are very familiar with. For example, the posting of board meetings is no longer within 72 hours, it's 3 business days. So that really moves that timeline for posting. Typically for a Monday evening board meeting, we must post by Tuesday. Anytime on Tuesday, we must post by Tuesday. And so it just backs up that timeline. Previously, that would have been on a Friday. But business days, and if there's a holiday break in there, we can't count the days on the holiday break, so it needs to be calendar business days. You'll also note that we have added the language for a roll call vote. That we, as Mr. Bryan just demonstrated, we have to know who voted and record that in the minutes for each meeting from now on. We've actually been doing it all semester already, so that has been in place, but that is a new requirement of all Texas school districts, that every board member's individual vote is recorded in the minutes for every action item. So just something I know you're familiar with, but it is now in our policy as well. The times of the meeting must all be after business hours. Thus, the workshops were moved from noon until 6 p.m. and are now at the same time frame. So that's all under BE, under board meetings. Are there any questions on that particular policy? Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, comments, whatever. One of the things in here is the deadline for submitting items for inclusion on the agenda is
10 days.
10th calendar day before the regular meeting.
And that's due to the packing up of the posting of the agenda. So if the meeting is posted on Tuesday, or the meeting is on Monday, and we don't post until, we have to post by Tuesday, we need a few days to get the agenda items together. Now, that is something, though, that this board can change the timeline on.
Well, only reason I'm bringing it up is because anytime you're using calendar days, then it's supposed to take into account holidays too, isn't it, or not?
That's the discretion of the board. It doesn't mean we can't accept it. It means that if there was something that were causing it not to go forward, or there was concern about it, that provision could be utilized by the board president to say, we're going to hold on that until the next agenda.
Okay, I was
You can
just
still
trying to
move
make sure
forward
we
with
weren't possibly violating it by saying calendar days, because calendar days include holidays. So if you had, I don't know, a few days, holidays, whatever we have holidays during the year, would that throw it off? But if you don't think it will, then I'm not going to worry about it.
It doesn't preclude us from accepting it if it doesn't stop us from accepting the agenda item if we're able to get it in on time. It just gives that safety net in terms of posting. But TASB did make a notation on this particular policy that is something that there might want to be discussion about if it is a concern of the board.
Okay. Well, and then BED.
Public meetings, or public participation in meetings.
This is where, let me see if I can find it.
They removed moving the public comment to certain agenda items and put it all at the front. That was one of the things that was pretty different with ours.
It says that at regular board meetings that begin on or after 5 p.m., the board shall permit public comment on matters that are within the board's control or jurisdiction, regardless of whether the topic's on the agenda, posted with the notice of the meeting. Okay, that literally would apply to both of our meetings each month. It says, unless you're going to try to say that our first meeting, just because we call it a workshop or whatever, is not a special meeting. I mean, it's not a regular meeting, it's a special meeting, which doesn't, the wording, I'm sorry, my lawyer's coming out.
That's all right.
That's not a good wording, I think. It used to apply because we only had one meeting at 5 o'clock or later. And now we have all our meetings at 5 o'clock or later. So that wording just seems off to me. It's at regular meetings that begin on or after 5 p.m. So like I said, the only way that even works is to say our first meeting of the month is not a regular meeting, it's always a special meeting. And I think we've been calling it that, but it's not reality a special meeting. It's our regular first meeting of the month, and we call it a workshop. Does that make sense?
It does, yes, sir.
So I think it could be easily fixed, but I think we'd have to be a little creative about what meeting we're talking about, which is like tonight's meeting and not our first meeting of the month.
There is another board policy. This particular policy pertains to BED, just public participation, but there's another policy that further defines when a regular meeting happens. And I can go look it up here for just a second. But that policy defines that it is typically the third Monday of the month after 6 or after 5 p.m. and that is the regular meeting of the board.
So so you're saying it's defined somewhere?
In another policy, yes, sir.
Well, as long as we're consistent in calling our workshop
and labeling them
special
within the
meeting,
system,
then I suppose we're okay. But that was a concern that we were perhaps using outdated language there because it used to make perfect sense because our workshop was at noon.
You're right.
So let's see if there's anything else. And then I think we've been told that we can do this on a regular basis, but we obviously have our showcase, what we're, anything we have like Teachers of the Month and so on.
Yes, sir.
Before we have the public comment, it might be helpful just to add the term before the beginning, at the beginning of the business portion of the meeting, because literally we call the meeting to order before we do anything, and the meetings we are conducting a meeting as soon as we call it to order. So I would.
Beginning of business portion of the meeting?
Yeah, I think the business portion of the meeting would certainly be okay. And we've been told by our attorneys that that's going to be okay. I just would like it to be literally correct. And I don't
certainly.
I think when we have quite a few presentations and recognitions that somebody could say, no, it wasn't, you didn't start. I was here at the beginning of the meeting and you made me wait for 30 minutes or 45 minutes, whatever. So I just would like to be literally correct on that.
Okay, we can add that language and update TASB's. It's, again, it's more specific to the language, which makes sense to me.
Yeah. And that was it on BE. I have a little more complicated comment down further on, but we haven't gotten to that yet, so let's move on. So
no worries.
I promise it won't take terribly long, but I did want to bring that to your attention as well, and then it won't be just one more issue that I'm a little concerned about.
Oh, I appreciate it, Mr. Stastny. The only other item on B that we might point out is that there is a new provision for closed session regarding cybersecurity and infrastructure. And you always were able to go into closed session to discuss those confidential matters. Now there's just a new governmental code to cite as you do so. So not a big change there, but they're honoring the need to do so in this day and age, that it is certainly a very highly confidential reporting mechanism that Mrs. Johnson and Mr. Himmel may need to come back and report to you on. So cybersecurity in particular. Any other questions on B? Okay, we're going to move into section C, and we have a number of presenters that will come forward. I believe Ms. Johnson is first.
I am. So the first two, CQ and CQD. So CQ, there's no changes legally, but the local policy just talks about AI. It's kind of getting that into the policy now. It's talking about some training that's coming up. Right now, what we're hearing is going to be geared towards me, basically the cybersecurity coordinator, but we'll see as they're developing it. So it is still in development. And that goes along with the CQD, which is they actually created the Texas Cyber Command Unit. So they're going to kind of oversee all of things cybersecurity. And out of that will also come those training requirements as well. So that's kind of why all those House bill and Senate bills are listed there. Any questions about that one? Okay. And then I think, yeah.
We're going to talk, and then I'll bring Derek, and I think Pat will come up. When you look at the first one with CSA, the requirement to have at least one breaching tool and one ballistic shield, Rich brought that into the boardroom. Y'all approved that purchase. He got on that very early. In fact, many districts kind of didn't get on it as quickly, and then there was a back order. So we're very thankful for that. And I know that that was run through our safety and security meeting as well. And so, Derek, I think you've got the next one.
Okay, when you look at the policy CSA and you look at local policy as far as the Senate Bill 8, where it refers to designation and use of private space, that's basically talking about locker rooms as far as keeping female locker rooms and male locker rooms separate from that perspective. And also, when your coaches that are coaching opposite sports are not entering those dressing rooms when those students are present in those locker rooms. And like I said, we're already compliant with those laws when it comes to our coaches entering those locker rooms at those times. And also when it comes to using those locker rooms for meeting rooms, things of that nature, we're compliant with those as well.
So when I'll use soccer, girls soccer as an example, we have a man-girls soccer coach.
Correct.
So when he goes out of town and it's cold, and he's in a locker room for another school where I know we've made concessions in our locker room for our coaches and students, but he goes to another school and we don't have those concessions, he's got to take those girls outside and meet with them because he can't go into that space?
So we've been proactive in that. We already have had a meeting with all our coaches that are coaching opposite sports, for example, soccer. We basically told them to be proactive and go ahead and reach out to that opponent and making sure they have a designated area for them to go from that standpoint of it. And like I say, I will be also reaching out to those ADs as well to make sure that's not the case.
I thought it might be complicated.
Yes.
So it's going to be something that architecturally we have to address for the future when we build locker rooms. And, okay. Thank you.
Good evening. The next item is policy CNC, which is regarding 3-point seat belts on buses. This is pretty straightforward. By the end of May, before the end of May, I will come to the board with a presentation of our bus fleet, which buses have 3-point seat belts, which buses do not, and an estimated cost to either retrofit or replace those buses. We have to report that to TEA before May 29th of this year. So sometime in the next semester, I'll be coming back to fulfill this requirement.
Question about that.
Yes.
I'm thinking little kids on a bus with a 3-point. See, how do they even buckle it? Or is it just required our buses have it, they don't have to wear it?
They're required to wear them, yes, ma'am.
But how do we do that?
It's a challenge.
Okay. Thank you, legislator. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah. So whatever we do, since we always get ahead of other districts, we need to patent it or get a copyright on it and make our district $1 million off whatever that, having to be able to get young kids seated in a seatbelt in a timely manner.
Okay, we're going to move on to Section D, which is personnel. So our first one to kind of bring out is DBA, talking about credentials and records. So House Bill 2, of course, began the repeal and rolling back of our DOI provisions to be able to hire uncertified teachers. So that is just, they're placing that into policy now. DBD, this is conflict of interest. This is also called the moonlighting bill. Places restrictions and limits outside employment for district administrators. So the local policy impact is it added language because administrators now require board approval to do moonlighting. And I think Mrs. Carabine has actually mentioned this before. DC employment practices. This amends the minimum requirement for posting of vacancies. So it used to be 10 days. Now the minimum posting is actually 5 days. And then DGBA is our grievance and employee complaints and grievance policy. So we have some language added in the local policy referencing our DOI plan, as well as an added requirement to provide notice to the employee against whom a complaint has been filed as part of the process. So that employee has the opportunity to submit a written response as part of the grievance record.
Back to the moonlighting one, we don't have anybody doing that.
Not that I'm aware of right now. Yes, ma'am. If we do, we will find out and bring it to you.
Our policy is pretty much the same as it's been, isn't it, as far as DGBA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The legislature, if I'm not mistaken, came up with something that if you were not a district of innovation was very different. We certainly weren't very excited about going to that. So that's why we're using our district of innovation opportunity to keep basically what we had.
That is correct.
There was some discussion back when all this came up the first time, if nobody else, I brought it up at least, was that I had some concerns about the notice provision, and the way it's worded, it says that you got 15 days, and that's all fine. Time limits strictly construed, that's in there. And we've talked about how we really want people to try to informally resolve complaints. And by the way, all these things that I'm talking about are not just in DGBA, but also NFG with students and parents, and also GF with public complaint. And I think it wouldn't be that hard. Well, first off, let me just say that if I were a parent or an employee or anybody, and I was trying to, in good faith, act informally and not file a grievance because I'm getting some encouraging feedback, and then I'm down at the 16th day or 17th day, it's like, oh, well, it all fell apart. Well, now I filed a grievance. Well, sorry, too late. You shouldn't have been trying to resolve it informally. I would hope we wouldn't do that, but it very clearly says, well, you can't get more time unless there's an agreement from the district. You can't. They would have to you would have to mutually agree that you're going to get more time to file your grievance. It's very harsh sounding, and I don't want to go to what completely what the default rule is for if you're not a district of innovation. But it would sure be easy to say that once you start an informal resolution process, that you would have some ability to receive a notice from the district that we're doing this. But if we're going to let you know when we're going to give you a new deadline on when to file a grievance while we try to work this out. So that then they would know, okay, if we don't get it worked out by this date, then I still have time to file a grievance. again, that's the lawyer in me coming out. If this were in the legal system, it wouldn't look too good. This seems awfully harsh. And maybe I shouldn't say that the legal systems can be harsh too, but normally you get all sorts of notices. You get plenty of opportunities to make sure that it wasn't just an oversight or whatever. There's a lot to protect people in the legal system. So I just want people to be encouraged to do informal resolutions, not feel like they're pushed into filing a grievance because literally it says, if you don't do it within 15 days, you're in trouble.
Correct.
And I just don't think it would be that hard to add language, as I said, that would basically, the district would say, we're going to try to resolve this, and we will let you know if we think we're reaching an impasse where, you're going to need to file a grievance because we're not going to do what you want. I think that's the fair way to do it. That way the person is not going to file the grievance because they know they're safe. They can file a little bit later. The district can decide when the new deadline would be, because that's clearly allowed. But the way it is right now, basically, it's just tough luck. If we wanted it to be tough luck. Now, again, y'all are good guys. We're good guys. We're all good guys, right? We can say, oh, sure, we'll let them we'll go ahead and give them more
Mr. Stevney, the one
time.
thing that I'll tell you is since being here, we have not dismissed any grievances for timeliness.
Yeah.
The ones that have come to our attention, again, lowest level of resolution, and we're still following through with the process if it comes.
And that's the way it should be.
Right.
I just wish it weren't worded so harshly.
Right.
So, because as I said, if it weren't you, we get somebody in here who's not as nice as you, then, and I'm not on the board or whatever, the point of the matter is that it is a harsh, it's worded harshly, and that's partly what generated what the legislature did.
Correct.
So because they did see it as rather harsh. And the legislature does things we don't like, but sometimes they make some sense. So I guess I don't mind leaving it like it is, but I would like to, I guess we can change our policy at any time. I would like that to at least be studied and look at it to make it match what you're doing instead of, well, it's only by your good graces that they get the opportunity to move forward with it. Because we do get grievances eventually. Y'all have, I think, greatly reduced the number of grievances because you're acting in a positive manner with people and you're trying to resolve it informally. But sooner or later, we're going to get grievances or we're going to get people saying, okay, well, they told me that we could we'll try to work this out. And then at some point they're told, say, well, it didn't work, so I want to file a grievance. Well, sorry, you're too late. And again, if you always give them more time, then it's not a problem. But literally, it says, I'm reading it says the time limits are strictly construed. That only means one thing. Right. They're strictly construed. It doesn't mean, oh, no, they're not. They're just sort of guidelines. So I think it could be improved upon. I'm not going to spend any more time on it tonight, and when we have a long meeting, but that was something that came up when they first initiated the changes in this at the legal level. That there was some discussion, and I brought it up at that time, and I thought, well, maybe we're going to at least take some of the better parts of that and use that in our policy, that we have the ability to kind of do it however we think is appropriate.
Use our discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Sazi. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Roberts shared. So far, we haven't had to dismiss anything based on timeliness. We do consider each one case by case, and we take great pride in resolving all issues at the lowest level of resolution. So I know in my 9 years in the district as deputy and now superintendent, I have personally heard as a hearing officer things that would be considered untimely and still worked through the process. So should it ever become a problem, we will absolutely come back into the boardroom and seek your guidance and possible revision. But so far, again, we feel good about it.
And just to remind you how long I've been on the board, I have seen situations where we basically told people, sorry, too late, you can't file. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't necessarily just a frivolous claim. Mm-hmm. So I saw it happen, and that really bothered me at the time, that we're basically shutting the door on it. And there was, I guess, a feeling by the administration that, well, we don't want to deal with these people anyway, so too bad. And it was pretty harsh, and that's a while back, and it wasn't you. And but as I said, it just seems to me if we clearly are going down that road anyway, then why not reflect it in the policies? That's all I've been trying to say. So if we don't do anything, we don't do anything. But I'm asking that at least be looked at, so that if there's something that could be done that won't upset the apple cart, then I would love to see it.
We actually did take a look at the language we could put in place for informal resolution, and we came across a couple of obstacles to that. The ambiguity of informally resolving and the extent to which that looks. So we went back over instead our current grievances on file for the past several months, year or so, and we looked at, okay, if there's evidence that, for example, there's a student situation. Let's do a hypothetical. There's a student situation and the parent disagrees with perhaps a disciplinary action, and the kid is given the consequence. Well, then the parent goes back to the principal and disagrees with it and says, I disagree with this. Can you please look into it? The principal says, yes, I'll look into it, comes back to the parent and says, this is firm. Well, the date of the complaint starts then, not from the date of the original with the discipline. So there's different ways to interpret it. The parent is now grieving the administrator's final decision, which was after the informal resolution process concluded. And so I think it still can be applied to encourage the informal first, and then the grievance, the date of the grievance begins with the conclusion of that final decision from the informal resolution process. And it does give you those extra days, not from the original date of incident of the actual infraction. I think that's how Mrs. Carabine has encouraged us to interpret that policy and ensure that we are making sure we're listening to the parent. And when was they tried, and this is the moment at which they disagree and would like someone else to hear it. So we did actually go back and look at the policies just to keep it as clear as possible. But certainly it can come back to the Board of Trustees at any time for any revision that you would like to see for all three of those policies that you referenced.
Well, and again, the good part of all this discussion right now is that y'all are doing a great job. And as I said, I hope that continues, and I hope no matter who's in your shoes or anybody else's shoes in the future, it'll be graciously applied. But literally it does say that, you said, well, it's the way it's interpreted, but it says, this is for employees, within 15 days of the date the employee first knew or with reasonable diligence should have known of the decision or action giving rise to the complaint or grievance. And that's the first decision. That's like for the kid, it would be the penalty. That's it. That's what gave rise to it. And you're saying, well, no, it's not. It's something else. It's the decision to uphold it. I don't see how that's a reasonable interpretation. Maybe that's the way y'all are applying
That's
it.
how we've been interpreting it, sir.
Yeah. So that's
Just to allow for that lowest level of resolution.
So I don't want anybody to get a gotcha. And
Certainly.
that's what this is all about, this discussion about. And again, I'm not going to take any more time tonight. I think I've tried to make it as clear as I can. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of our employees and the parents, and I want us to be fair. I don't want us to let it go hanging on and on. That's not what I'm asking for. I've already said it. You could just give and say, okay, we're doing this. We're going to do this informally. We will let you know, give you a 5-day notice or whatever, if we have decided that we're not going to extend your ability to file a grievance any further. And that way they're given a hard deadline and it's over. We don't have to let it go on forever. So that's the other part of it. Well, thank you for listening. And if y'all can maybe look at it one more time, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. Also, Mr. Stasny, to your question earlier, I verified that policy is BE local. That defines when a regular board meeting is and gives the definition of when that takes place, what a regular board meeting takes place. The third Monday at 6 p.m.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can move it obviously, but it's the normal.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So moving into section E, instruction, this one's relatively brief. I'm going to invite Mrs. Warren to come on down.
On a more positive note, thinking about pre-K eligibility, we now have a new eligibility that we can consider when allowing students to enroll for non-tuition based pre-K. So no fee to the parent, and that is when our teachers want to enroll their students with us. That would be an automatic eligibility for students for free pre-K. And that actually started for the 25-26 school year, so we can now enroll students if their teacher or their parent is a teacher for the district for more than 4 hours of the day, then they are eligible for free pre-K.
And we have shouted that through the mountaintops.
Yeah, we have actually combed through our employees in the district to see who has identified that they have children that are pre-K aged, and we have reached out to them and captured some of them and enrolled them. It's been great.
We will continue to market that and recruit and hopefully retain our employees' children. It's a great benefit for school teachers.
Thank you. The next one on here is a result of Senate Bill 12, and it is that each parent of a student will be afforded the opportunity for at least 2 in-person parent-teacher conferences. The irony of this is I think that that's been transpiring since however a parent would like it. So yes, absolutely, we will do that. It is not a stop drop and everyone have parent-teacher conferences on a singular day kind of a moment. That's impractical for a high school. But it is the opportunity. A teacher never refuses the opportunity to meet with a parent to discuss their child's progress. So it's just making sure that on the parent rights bill, that's included in the language. And so, yes, that is there now. But please know it was already in place and happening across Bryan ISD. And then the last item there, they established the first week in April as Gifted and Talent Week. So that's, a new thing to celebrate. There's a whole week for it now. We're very excited. And then next, I believe, is Mrs. Montoya with the student section of policy.
Okay, we're going to first look at policy FFB. This is the Student Welfare and Crisis Intervention. And this just added the requirement that if we would have a threat against a campus, we must immediately provide to teachers and instructional assistants who may be directly affected by the threat a statement that contains the following: the existence of the threat, the nature of the threat, and any other pertinent details to ensure student and staff safety. We are already doing this. And then policy FFG, student welfare, child abuse and neglect. And this just is a slight change. Reports of suspected abuse or neglect must now be made within 24 hours. And in the past, it's been 48 hours.
Okay, and the final section of policy is G, dealing with community. And this particular policy references back to something that Mr. Roberts mentioned a moment ago regarding the moonlighting bill, and it gives that specific language. And basically just says if the board were to allow an administrator to moonlight, and by moonlighting they mean an administrator who does business, is doing business with other districts that do business with our district, and educational businesses to prevent a conflict of interest. So we can't go work for another ISD and provide professional development. You can't go work for a Region Service Center and provide professional development. You can do other things, but not for educational entities for which we do business. But should the board determine that a principal has come forward or an administrator and they would like to go do contracting services with another district and they bring that contract to the board for consideration, that contract is public information and it can be released under the Public Information Act. So it just ties it all kind of there together that would be public facing. So the administrator would need to know that if anyone requested it, it would be turned over. Okay, any other questions about your 1,400 pages of policy?
What is the timeline for when these need to be approved and in place? Are we up against that time frame?
Legal automatically happens. Pardon me. Local is at the board's discretion and determination. It can wait. They are already in effect regardless of the adoption from the legal standpoint. But the guidance that it provides to the district on how to implement said legal policies is what is waiting. So there is not a tremendous urgency to it. So if the board wanted to reconsider any of this following the holiday break, that's certainly not a problem.
Yeah, I can weigh in to say, anytime it's an update following a legislative session,
Yes.
the timeline for us on the receiving end is complicated.
Yes.
Because TASB has to process all this. That's why, if you recall, we brought in our attorney back in, I think, August, and she
August.
gave you a high-level overview of what to expect, because she knew that it would be delayed coming back from the state. A lot of things have to be processed, and the commissioner's rules are forthcoming, and you may recall that our attorney said this update was unprecedented. It's the largest she'd ever seen in her entire career. Many, many changes. But to Dr. Ibarra's point, should you continue to review and have questions, we can bring this in and out of the boardroom at any time.
Certainly.
And for local, you can offer refinement or revision or discussion at any point in time.
So is it best if we go ahead and do the approval of these updates now, and then we can bring things back to amend it later? Is that?
Entirely up to the board.
So you're saying that's not really a problem, is what I guess is the issue. Okay, well, and again, I don't know that anybody would be concerned about adding that word business part of the meeting, but
And we can, you could, if you chose to, I can, with the note and how we've done that, that would be implied in that. And when you approved it, that would go forward.
Yeah.
With that edit.
Okay.
David, I understand where you're coming from on the, as far as the grievance policy and what starts that timeline, what triggers it. And if there's language that we could put in there, I think that would make sense, because those situations are, we need to be clear, and families and staff need to understand where they stand on things. And I certainly agree with you that we don't want to put them in a position where they feel we're trying to not do what's in their best interest and work with them through difficult situations. So if we need to come back and revisit that, I think that would be a good thing. And
Certainly.
so those two are at least the ones where I think we make good points. David make good points in revisions.
Are you suggesting, because we could pull any one of these?
Certainly.
We can approve, all the others with the exception of
DGBA, FNG,
Yes.
and GF, the three grievance policies.
Right, for continued review and discussion, and we can bring it back at a subsequent
Sure,
meeting.
that would be right.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out. So it's, the law says what the law says. So us not approving it because we want to tweak language, what does that do in the interim if something pops up?
Policy just stays as it is right now. It's already posted that way. The one thing we would have differently than that's currently in our local policy is the notification to the person the complainant. And honestly, we already do that. We let the person know that there's a complaint against them. So that's no change in practice or procedure. It's just language in the policy that would solidify that that's a requirement.
Yeah, this is like this minor change about when the public comment would be. That's actually part of the new law, but we have it under local policy. But it's sort of a mixture of that we have to do it. But
Yes.
all I'm doing is trying to
It's the
clarify
description
that
of
we're not
clarification.
it's not going to be as soon as we call to order. It's going to be maybe quite a bit later. At least people would know that we're following our policy instead of not following our policy. So that's a very minor one. The other one may require some discussion if we're going to go any further with trying to consider encouraging informal settlement without putting pressure on people to feel like, well, except by your good graces, the staff's good graces, they're out of luck if they don't go ahead and file their grievance.
So, to make things simple, I'd like to go ahead and approve with the exception of what we're going to tweak, because we have everybody on board. It's in our head. You don't have to re-prepare anything.
I think Julie's comment is that we're not changing policy if we approve this as is tonight. because
Yeah,
it is the same as
My
previous.
recommendation would be to approve it all
Yeah.
and then come back and amend the things that we know need tweaking, because otherwise we're out of alignment with what the law says in our local policy.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I just would like to have this, obviously, we got holidays coming up and all, but sometime in the near future, go ahead and let us know what y'all come up with, and then
Sure.
if you want to present something great, if you feel like you just leave it like it is, well, we can talk about it at that time. So I'm fine with that. Just go ahead and approve it as is.
I move approval of the updates to the board local policies as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Waller, seconded by Mrs. Benford. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. And we will bring those edits back,
Now,
sir.
don't take advantage of my lousy memory and not bring this up now.
No, sir, I remembered. I brought it forward, I promise you.
I'll lose it.
Next on the item list is to discuss and consider approval of board goals for 2026, 2027. Dr. Barbara Ibarra is presenting again.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. So this is a continuation from the Team of 8 training and development that board went through earlier this month. At that time, the board made some minor adjustments to the current board goals and added a 6th goal. As a reminder, this is for the next year. So the board goals we're currently under that you're receiving updates on conclude at the end of this month, with the summative evaluation coming forward in January. So the goals that are before you this evening would run from January of 2026 to December of 2026. The language is there, and I have a copy for you at the dais. It's also publicly available online for anyone who's viewing. In blue are the additions, and in red are the removals or edits. And I'll just open it up to you for discussion or any other things that you'd like to see differently.
I think they're good. I think these changes capture what our discussion was, and they're more refined than what they were previously, and I really like the new goal 6 about financial pieces and communicating of that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Still reading?
I move approval of the board goals for 2026 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Benford, seconded by Mr. Stennis. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, the board will now convene in closed session to discuss the following items as allowed by the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.074 and 551.0821. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in a closed session will occur after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is now 8:43. The board reconvened in open session at 10:14 PM. No action was taken in closed session. There being no further business, the meeting adjourned at 10:14 PM.
Good job, Joel, your first meeting.
Thank you.